Now, if you join a new university or a new college, you enter the classroom, you don't know anybody. Now, you are
Right.
thinking about where to sit. Now, how are you
Sir,
going to do it? Yes,
can't see your
Anamika?
slide. Sorry, sir, we can't see your
Sorry,
slide.
ma'am, I'm not showing any slide as of now. Relax.
Okay.
I have asked a question to all of you. If you are, क्या हो गया, recording stopped? Okay, if you have gone to a new university and you have entered in the classroom, you are deciding where to sit. Now, how are you going to make this decision? Anyone? Tarun, Laiba, Chetan, Ashmit, Shrestha, Simran, Shreya, Himanshi, Tarannu, Muskan. Anyone? Be quick, unmute yourself
Um,
and speak. Yes,
Sir,
Nimal?
I think it would be more based upon the body language of the entire class. Whomsoever we
Mm-hmm.
feel are very
Mm-hmm.
empathetic or in a way very welcoming, then we can actually sit beside them in behavioral sense, or else we would choose a seat that is more convenient towards our listening and lecture and all of that.
Okay. See. Okay. All right. There are three approaches that people usually take when we talk about interpersonal communication. One is passive approach. I hope if you people are sitting with a notebook, please do pen it down. One is a passive approach. अच्छा देखो इस केस में क्या है? There is an uncertainty, right? And this uncertainty you need to reduce. There is an uncertainty of where you are going to sit, and this you need to reduce. So people usually follow three approaches. First one is passive approach. When we talk about interpersonal communication, passive approach is when you go into the classroom, you look around yourself, okay, and then you see, you try to you see where major people are sitting and you sit over there. Then there is an active approach. You interact with your peers, you try to interact with them, and then you finally decide, okay, they are saying this, so let's just sit here. Then there is this interactive approach. You directly go to the professor over there, and then you ask, sir, where should I sit? Please help me out. Just hold on. Just give me a minute. Hmm. So the first theory we have is uncertainty reduction theory. Now, it was given by Charles Berger and Richard Calabrese. And as per them, they told that humans are uncomfortable with ambiguity. I mean, whenever we face an ambiguous situation, a situation where there is an uncertainty, so we get uncomfortable. And then we use our communication skills to predict and control the social outcome कि हम क्या करेंगे, किससे interact कैसे करेंगे, so that things can be managed. Now, uncertainty reduction theory, or URT, usually applies to first meetings. So when you join as an intern at a particular place, so what is your approach to interact with people? Or it is there in interviews because you are again meeting people for the first time, or you are communicating with somebody coming. I mean, you have been association with that person for a long time, but that person is from a different cultural background. So how to communicate with that person, because वहां पे uncertainty है, because you are not familiar with that person, or you are not familiar with that situation. So how to deal with that uncertainty? So there can be these three approaches: passive, active, or interactive. Now the type of uncertainty can be cognitive. You know certain things, the other people don't know that. Now how to interact with them? How to interact with, if you have become a team leader and the team does not know about a lot of things, now how to interact with them? If their worldview of looking at things is totally different, their belief system is totally different, so this type of uncertainty is called cognitive uncertainty. Then behavioral uncertainty. You meet somebody for the first time, you don't know if you are just going to ask that person to go to eat together with you, how that person is going to react. Or if you need to ask something about a particular work that has been designated to you and that person is your senior, then you don't know how that person is going to respond to you. So this is a behavioral uncertainty. You are not able to predict the action or response of the other person. Okay, so these are the two types of uncertainties. So all in all, we try we use communication to reduce these uncertainties. So there can be passive approach, we observe without engaging, right? जो मेरे केस में था, जो यूनिवर्सिटी वाला एग्जांपल दिया था, वी जस्ट सी अराउंड कि बच्चे ज्यादा कहाँ बैठे हैं, वहां पे जाके बैठ जाऊंगा. सो व्हेन यू आर इन एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, यू वॉच अ टीम मेंबर्स बिहेवियर इन मीटिंग्स. वो कैसा बिहेव कर रहा है, उसके बेसिस पे आप जो है आगे की कम्युनिकेशन आपकी जो होगी उससे वो डिसाइड करोगे. एक्टिव अप्रोच क्या होता है, यू आस्क अ थर्ड पार्टी इन योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, यू आस्क समबडी एल्स, ओके हाउ इज दिस पर्सन लाइक, एंड उसके बेसिस पे आप उससे इंटरेक्ट करोगे, आपका कम्युनिकेशन होगा. आस्किंग एचआर अबाउट अ न्यू रिक्रूट एग्जांपल. Interactive, you go and directly communicate. So there the person directly communicated with the professor, sir, where should I sit? Here, initiating small talk during lunch. During lunch, you can just initiate the small talk, and then you can strengthen your interpersonal relationship with that person. Then there is this extractive method. You gather information about that person online, check the LinkedIn and portfolio sites for knowing about that person. Once you have enough information, then based on that information, then you interact with that person. This is called extractive approach. So these four are different strategies to reduce uncertainty through interpersonal communication. Is it clear? Quickly tell me if it is clear.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
एक सेकंड.
Yes, sir.
हाँ यार, एक मिनट. आई एम गेटिंग मैसेजेस फ्रॉम माय कॉलेज. होल्ड ऑन, आई नीड टू रिस्पॉन्ड. ओके, लेट्स मूव अहेड विद द नेक्स्ट थ्योरी, दैट इज सोशल एक्सचेंज थ्योरी. एक बात बताओ, यूजुअली क्या होता है कि if you help me, I'll help you. We live with this approach. Yes or no? If
Yes.
somebody smiles at us, we smile back at that person. Social exchange theory deals with something like that. It deals with outcome. आपकी investment किस चीज में कितनी है, and what is the outcome? If the outcome is okay enough, good enough, you go with that. If it is not that much, then you avoid it. So again, and social exchange theory, it is basically followed, this approach is followed with the people who you already know. Initially, when you don't know, there is uncertainty, so you follow those approaches we just discussed. When you already know somebody, then for that there is this social exchange theory developed by Homans and Debord and Kelly. It suggests that people human relationships are based on cost benefit calculation, कि आप किसी को कितना दे रहे हो, आपको उल्टा क्या मिल रहा है, रिवॉर्ड्स पे बेस होता है, एंड आपका क्या इन्वेस्टमेंट जा रहा है, हाउ मच डज इट कॉस्ट यू. की प्रिंसिपल क्या है, रेसिप्रोकेसिटी. एज इन, इफ यू आर communicating with somebody, is there anything for you there in the other person, or are you going to also offer something to the other person? If there is something for you, then you communicate. तो सोशल एक्सचेंज थ्योरी इज बेस्ड ऑन दिस. आप आउटकम, आप किससे क्या सीख करते हो. इफ यू आर कम्युनिकेटिंग विद एक्स वाई जी, एंड यू नो इससे आपको बात करके ये बेनिफिट होगा, सो यू टेंड टू कम्युनिकेट, यू टेंड टू स्ट्रेंथन योर इंटरपर्सनल रिलेशनशिप विद दैट पर्सन, यू टेंड टू मेंटेन interpersonal communication in a better manner with that person. Then equity. Then when you are not, when you are not at par with the other person in giving, right, when one gives more, so you tend to align with that person. Comparison level, you expectations influence how satisfied one feels. So if you have expectation, and if that person is giving you that much through that communication, then you feel satisfied. Then dependence, as time goes by, when rewards are high, you as an individual start depending on the other person and start interacting with that person, communicating with that person because of that. So this is what social exchange theory is about. Now where does it happen? So when we talk about mentoring, there are senior people who guide the junior people, and they have to offer knowledge, they have to offer information, and they expect respect, loyalty from the juniors. So in mentoring it works, in client relation it works. Company communicates consistently to maintain customer trust, राइट, एंड लॉन्ग टर्म प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी. सो कंपनीज, आपने जैसे लेट्स से booking.com पे या लेट्स से MMT पे आपने सब्सक्राइब कर लिया. नाउ the company, if it sends keeps on sending discounts to you, offers to you, So with that, if they are spending something, if they are trying to communicate, they are making effort to communicate with you, they are also expecting that in turn you will have trust on them, right? So social exchange theory is with the people who you are familiar with, one, mostly with who you are familiar with, two, it is based on, rewards and cost benefit calculation. So this is social exchange theory, everyone. Now where do we use URT, where do we use SET? So URT का focus क्या होता है? To reduce uncertainty. SET का focus is to maximize rewards. Where do you benefit more from? In the early interaction process, you use URT. When you already have an ongoing relationship, you use SET. URT helps you to predict the situation, the person. Social exchange theory, it satisfies you whether you or not you are happy in that relationship, whether you or not you are happy in that interpersonal relation. In the initial stage, URT helps to gather information, and after a point of time when you are okay with when you have an okay relationship with any particular employee, so you it tends to value maintenance कि वो आपका repo है बना रहे. So URT and SET, this is important. Please do not miss it. I hope this is clear.
Yes, sir.
When we
Sir,
talk about HR, हाँ
SWOT
बोलो.
मतलब as a comparison.
Sorry, आपकी आवाज
Yeah.
नहीं आ
So
रही. If you can just, yeah. Whosoever was speaking, I'm not able to hear you. Okay. Give me 2 minutes. I need to respond to few messages that have come up. I'll get back. It is 6:55 right now. Let's start at 6:58. Okay. If you have some questions, you
audible
can
now,
put it
sir.
in there. Sorry?
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are audible. Laiba?
Okay, so I was saying that SRT is clear in its basic form. What is URT in its basic, like fundamental origin of it, and like the basic difference between
Basic
both the
what?
concept difference. Basic difference between the two concepts. Like we have done both the concept
बाबा
differently.
यू वही तो बताया. URT is for the initial relationship building. SET is basically when you have ongoing relationships, when you already know the person, तब आप decide करते हो how long or how do you need to communicate with that person. Whether or not you need to communicate, इनिशियल स्टेज पे आप वो डिसाइड करते हो, और इनिशियल लेवल पे आप डिसाइड करते हो कि अगर कम्युनिकेट करना है, सो व्हाट हैज टू बी द ग्राउंड, हाउ शुड आई, एंड आगे डिसाइड करते हो व्हाई शुड आई. इट इज बेस्ड ऑन कि आपको क्या बेनिफिट मिल रहा है उससे सोशल एक्सचेंज में. यहाँ पे आपको कम्युनिकेट करना इज इंपॉर्टेंट, वहां पे आपको बेनिफिट क्या मिल रहा है.
Okay, so we can say that URT is the basic, like the first step thing, and then the SCT is the progressive.
लेटर प्रोसेस, या.
Okay.
I need 2-3 minutes break. It is 6:57. We'll continue at 7. I hope that is fine with everybody.
Hello.
Okay, please let's just continue everyone. यार बेड पे बैठ के पढ़ा रहा हूँ. यस आई एम नॉट डूइंग वेल. मेरी तबीयत ठीक नहीं है भाई, इसलिए क्या करें. आई एम नॉट वेल टुडे, सो जस्ट आई थॉट ऑफ कैंसलिंग दिस क्लास, बट देन आई थॉट कि इसके बाद शायद स्केड्यूल ना हो पाए, सो इसलिए. I know it's a bit tedious for you people to also attend classes for this long, and especially for the people who have not been attending classes for quite some time and are working somewhere. So you're not used to attending the classes for this long. I understand, but there's no way out. What can be done? You know. So let's continue. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were we? All right. So like in manage, like when we talk about its application in the managerial field, so when somebody joins a particular company, so it helps in building trust, and it happens both the ways, even the from the end of the HR and the person who joins. And for after some time, what happens is that the employee tends to build a good relationship with the HR and the team leadership, so that loyalty can be seen, so that morale is sustained, right? So that is there. Now, talking about team communication, so when we work in any organization, we also work in team. So there has to be coordination, collaboration, and only when we have good interpersonal communication that all these things are, achieved. And for all these things to achieve, and to communicate well, to have good interpersonal communication, we need to have clarity of goals. If my goal is matching with that other person's goals, and if our goals together are aligning with organizational goal, if we have this clarity, definitely our interpersonal communication is going to be good, and it is going to foster coordination, collaboration, problem solving, all these things, trust, right? Now, successful teams, what is the idea behind successful teams? Leader needs to guide and direct people, facilitator need to manage discussions and decisions, there is person who records. So these are just different types of teams that are there in any organization. There can be different types of teams as well. There can be a team which is based on, which is made on the basis of task, that task 1 is for this team, task 2 is for this team. Then there can be this relationship, communication that is there. So when we talk about teams based on task, there has to be task based communication. When the communication is more to build relationships, then that is relationship communication. Then feedback cycles are also a part of team communication. So for example, if the team leader has asked to do a particular job and then prepare a report. So now while finalizing that report, so everybody is going to communicate to fulfill the task. Then they are going to communicate with each other so that they can collaborate and furnish each other the required details to fulfill their individual tasks. So that is relationship communication. Finally, they have to present the report to the team leader. So it involves the feedback communication. Now, how to improvise your team communications? You practice active listening. All your mind and body should be there, and you should be able to give a feedback. You should prepare yourself well. Then you need to understand the common goals, set up the timelines, so that all the people who are working in the team are at the same level. आपके जो communication भी होंगे, that should speak of it, right? You can use collaborative tool. These days we have WhatsApp groups, Google tools are there, Workspace hai, Notion hai, and then there are companies which come up with their own collaborative tools as well. Then what we can do, when a meeting has to be done amongst the team members, then each time one person can take the onus of handling the meeting. That way, people recognize each other's presence more, right? That is there. Then there are certain challenges in the team communication. People may be from different cultural backgrounds, so for that, a common language must be followed. Status barriers, somebody maybe from an upper level, somebody maybe from a lower level of in the organization. So power dynamics also impact the participation. Junior staff at times, hesitates to add on to an ongoing discussion. So if there is a good team communication, then the junior staff feels comfortable. Then virtual barriers, so for example, lack of body language is there, as I discussed in the very beginning, that if it is a face-to-face communication, body language is pretty much visible and it speaks a lot. But when it is a virtual communication like what is happening right now, there are a lot of things that you may miss. And when it is, let's say, a telephonic conversation, so obviously you are just dependent on understanding the person through the words and the tone, nothing more than that. Then at times when we talk about communication in team, so there are certain members who dominate a lot, who try to dominate the communication. That also hinders the collaboration. Now, negotiation is important, everyone. Negotiation is basically different from bargaining. Bargaining is more related to money. Negotiation is more about, money plus services and the other things as well. So, negotiation mostly happens when people don't agree on a particular thing. So, negotiation is done so that a mutually beneficial agreement then can be met upon. There can be these types of negotiations. It can be a win-lose situation wherein the seller gets his way outdone, and there can be a win-win situation where the seller and the buyer both are happy. There can be a mixed motive wherein both have something to take from that particular situation. There are certain key negotiation skills. Batna is important. I will discuss Batna right away. You may have a question on Batna, so I'll quickly discuss it. And then we'll get back to negotiation. Hold on. But no, yeah. Please take a screenshot of it wherever it is required. So guys, Batna is a type of negotiation skill. The full form of Batna is best alternative to a negotiated agreement. So when there is an agreement which is not met, जब agreement नहीं हो पा रहा, तब कैसे हम negotiation कर सकते हैं? So Batna helps in that. It was given by Roger Fisher and William Ury.
Sorry, sir. Sorry for the interrupt. So, actually, you are moving slides very fast. So, can you bit slow so that we can take the screenshot?
मैं यार टाइम भी देख रहा हूँ ना, बट आई ट्राई. ओके. आई वांट मैं मैक्सिमम चीजें बता पाऊँ in whatever time we have. Okay. All right. So have a look at this diagram, everyone. This is ZOPA, zone of potential agreement. This is the seller settlement range. This is the buyer settlement range. Okay. Now this is seller's partner. This is seller's alternative. This is buyer's partner, buyer's alternative. Now I'll make you understand each and everything. Please listen to me very carefully in the next for the next 2 minutes. See, if you have gone to buy a laptop, let's say it is for 55, like the marked price is 54,000. Let's say 55,000. Okay, the marked price is 55,000 and the company says that the maximum it can do for you is make it to 54. Now कंपनी ने आपको बोलिए ये 50, लेट्स से कंपनी बोला 53 है, कि 53 is the maximum, like the minimum price on which they can sell it to you. So their maximum price is 55,000, their minimum price is 53,000. So if you look at it, so seller's worst case क्या हो गया 53,000, seller's desired price क्या हो गया 55,000. Now you say give it to me in 52,000. So your desired price as a buyer is 52,000 and worst case obviously 55,000. So we come to a conclusion that a deal can be made between 53 to 55 only.
55.
Okay. Now the either the seller has to give in or the buyer has to give in. Now there is a negotiation based on the accessories. The seller may say that okay, I can give it to you in 54, but I will not give you any. I will just give you a headphone. When I sell it to you in 55,000, I am not. Sorry. When I am giving you it in 55,000, let's say I am giving you a headphone. When I am giving you in 54,000, I'll give you a headphone and a bag, but I cannot give it to you in 53,000. Buyer says that यार मुझे 53 में ही चाहिए, but अगर 54 में दे रहे हो तो I am okay with it. Let's say now now this gives us a conclusion that Zopa becomes 53,000 plus a bag or a bag. Zopa becomes 53,000 if it is a if it is just a headphone. It becomes 54,000 if it is 54,000 plus a headphone and a bag. So this is zone of potential agreement. This is the diagram which you have to make. I give very elaborated descriptions in my regular class. It is just that I have paucity of time. So ZOPA is zone of potential agreement. Seller's settlement range. So you write settlement range 55,000. Sorry, 55,000 is the desired price. 53,000 is the worst price. Alternatives क्या है seller के पास? 55,000 plus nothing. 54,000 plus a bag and a headphone. 53,000 then just a headphone. Buyer की
Sorry
अपनी
to
settlement.
interrupt, but why will seller give more less prices? So
Your
55,000.
but your voice is cracking. If you can speak clearly, that will help. Hello. Okay. So there is a seller's desired price, which obviously is the includes the maximum profit that based on the maximum profit that the seller can have. Then there is seller's price, worst case, which where the seller won't want to give anything to the person, just the money, just the product. The buyer's worst case would be the seller's desired price. The buyer's desired price would be something else. If there is a possibility which includes money plus extra things, maybe accessories in this case, then there can be a ZOPA. So people make such negotiation tables so that they can reach to a conclusion, so that there can be an agreement that is made. Okay, so ZOPA stands for zone of potential agreement. There is a settlements range, biddable range. This is the biddable range. There is a buyer's biddable range. This is the buyer's biddable range. And then alternatives क्या है? Buyers want, if the buyer wants a headphone, a bag, a keyboard, and seller can only give a bag and a headphone. So they play with the alternatives, they play with the range, and then they come to the zone of potential agreement. This is all Bartna is about. Now if you have any question, please put it to me very quickly.
So my question was that the example that you were discussing earlier, you said that if the seller is giving nothing at 55,000 and one headset at 53,
I
one headset at 54,000 and
bolo. I said with 50, I might have said something wrongly in between. I said
okay,
55,000 plus, because plus bag and let's say accessory, bag and
yeah,
headphone. 54,000
hmm,
plus just the headphone. 53,000 just
nothing.
nothing. Because वो
Okay.
अपने मैक्सिमम उस पे चला गया है जितना वो जा सकता था. So why
Hmm.
would they give
Okay.
anything more?
Okay. So these playing with these alternatives to get to close a deal is basically ZOPA, like the area where such deals
Where the
can be closed.
agreement is possible with the alternatives and the biddable range that both sellers and buyers have.
Okay. And this
Sir,
whole this cycle with ZOPA is known as BATNA.
Yeah. Yes.
sir,
Mm-hmm.
sir, what is the full form of Batna?
Best alternative to an to a negotiated agreement.
What
Sir,
is
I have a question.
Yes.
Sir, I think Bhatna cannot be a
Am I
universal
audible?
principle to get the agreement done.
One by one and very quickly. Yes.
Sir, I think Bhatna cannot be a universal principle to get the agreement
No,
done.
no.
I think,
It is just one of the ways to negotiate. It cannot be a universal thing.
yeah,
It is
yeah.
just one of the ways. It cannot be a
Thank you.
universal way of negotiation.
Like it cannot be applied to
And
specific.
not possible everywhere as well.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, sir.
You cannot do बाटना की आलू के साथ भैया धनिया फ्री है क्या? धनिया और मिर्ची दोनों ऐड करोगे क्या? You cannot do it there.
Obviously, and Batna fails like when it comes out to like this international relations and all, like dealing such
Definitely.
agreements.
It is just one of the it is just one of the negotiation ways.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yes.
Sir,
Shall we? Yeah.
how to negotiate the salary? यहाँ पे बांटना थोड़ी ना यूज होगा.
बहन बांटना यूज नहीं होगा, वही तो अभी इन्होंने भी कहा that it is not applied everywhere. Okay.
Sir, so how to negotiate the price in business dealing
Price is
and
in
how
business.
to uh, okay, how to negotiate our salary without partner.
We are going to move towards mentoring and appraisals. Please wait. Okay. Please wait. I'm taking up the
Sir,
topic of mentoring and appraisal. Yeah.
sir, my question is, Batna concept in which unit?
Unit 3. We are doing unit 3, right?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir. Unit 3. Sorry?
Yeah, sir, unit 3.
When we talk about job offer negotiation, see, you can put things on tables. The stats of how people having the same designation are getting what salary offered to them. Then you can put in your, qualifications. You can communicate well. There is no, I would say there is no ditto formula like Bartna, which is there, but with the help of your interpersonal communication skills, with the help of good paperwork, good research, definitely when you bring all that on table, there is a good possibility of negotiation. That is a whole different thing, Akshita. If I think it was Akshita Sinha, Anamika Akshita, जो भी आपका नाम है. So negotiation strategy ये हो सकती है. The person may just be one of the persons may just be having this mind of winning. Then somebody might just want to separate people from the problem. Then the focus might be on just interest, not in position, not on positions. So then there is use of logic plus emotional understanding while negotiating, right? Understanding workplace conflicts. So when you work in an organization, you work in teams, and at times you face a lot of conflicts. For example, if you are working in a team of 5 people, so at times you may feel that you are doing all the job, the two people out of the five are not doing anything, and it is like the three of you are getting loaded with everything. Now this is a real life situation which most of you must have faced if you are working in any organization, or maybe if you work in a team in your college for some project or something. Now in workplace, the causes may be, not all, but maybe miscommunication, that you are not able to communicate things to each other in a good manner, or to your superior. Workload differences, that you are not able to distribute the workloads amongst each other in a better manner. Personality clashes, a person may be of a particular personality, the other person may be of a different personality. कोई ज्यादा जल्दी काम करना चाहता है, अपने आप को फ्री करना चाहता है, कोई आराम से काम करना चाहता है. This is again something. Perceived unfairness, one of them feels that the boss has been unfair or something like that, so perceives that something is unfair. So these may be the causes. Now types of uh, conflict, hold on, just give me a minute. Types of conflict, it may be interpersonal, so amongst the people, from sorry, it may be interpersonal among different people. It may be intra-group, within a group there is a conflict. It may be interdepartmental, from between one department with the other. So conflict is also not always negative, because at times what happens, out of that conflict good ideas also come. If X has a conflict with Y on a particular thing, X might put up if there is a good interpersonal communication that happens, X might put up new things on the table that Y does not know. And because Y ko nahi pata tha, so he or she was not able to understand. So it won't only solve the conflict, but new things would come up, clarity would come up, innovation would be there. Then how to how to sort out the conflictized situation. Stop using a lot of I words. Do empathetic listening. Practice empathetic listening. Try and understand the what the other person means to say, even when you want to, let's say, criticize somebody. So you use the words like what is being here used here. I feel concerned, I understand, I appreciate, something like that, and then convey. So that way it will help. Now, when we talk about conflict resolution approaches in a corporate world, what happens? The approach may be for collaboration. When it is a collaborative approach, the discussion has to be for win-win situation कि दोनों sides खुश हों जिनके बीच भी conflict है. If it is a compromising approach, then each of them would have to give up something. If it is an accommodative approach, both parties would have to put the other one first. If it is an avoidance approach, then they can just delay the situation, delay the conversation. Let's not discuss this. If it is a competitive approach, then both stand firm on their stands, and then there is no agreement that would be made. Shayad mediation now. Mentoring is when a person
Excuse
guides the
me.
other people. Yes.
Can you explain the last slide again? Thanks.
The whole of it.
Whatever you can.
So there can be different approaches when we want to deal with conflict like situation. If you want to follow a collaborative approach, then the discussion has to be towards win-win, and that builds a long team. That is best for long like it's for long term के लिए अच्छा है, because आपकी relationship strengthen हो जाएगी. If it is a compromise approach, then A और B के बीच conflict है, both will have to give up on something. If it is an accommodative approach, it has to be the conflict has to be made in a way that both keep each other first. Okay, I understand, you can go ahead with this way peace will be maintained. It can be an avoidance approach wherein they can just avoid the situation and delay the conversation. It may be a situation of competition wherein they both stand on their own stands and stances. Okay. Your mentoring and appraisal, read it by yourself, because right now there is not much time left. I want to discuss CV and resume because you'll have a question on CV and resume. Okay, now I'm just going to pick and choose topics randomly from different units. I hope that is fine.
Yes, sir.
Just give me a minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll quickly understand this through the simple comparative table and try to wind up. CV stands for curriculum vitae. You all know that, and it means course of life. See, resume is a shorter form, CV is a bigger form. The purpose of resume is mostly for the people who are at the beginning stage of their career. When you experience a lot, when you have a good experience, then you are in a position to, prepare your CV. But most oftenly it is in the field of academia, it is in the field of medicine, it is in the field of two or more such professional spheres where you are asked about your CV. Or else, when the when the job requires to when the company requires a lot of information about what all have you done over the course of your over the course of your academic life and work life, then CV is sought. So we need to understand when resume is sought, when CV is sought. Two, You may get a direct question on writing the CV or writing a resume, right? If you get a question on writing a CV, it is good. If you get a question on writing a resume, it is good. But if you are not given, if you are just told that you have to prepare either CV or resume, then you decide based on the question. If it is related to an academic field, medicine field, then you go ahead with the CV. If it is not related to that, you go ahead with resume. If it is a case study where the person is shown to be having a lot of experience, long experience, then you can go ahead with CV. Otherwise, you go ahead with resume, right? Now, I hope this table is clear to you. You can read the things that are there on this table, in this table. Is it clear to you? दिख रहा है? Please respond.
Yes, sir. Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
Yes.
जी सर दिख रहा है.
So when you have to apply for some academic job, जैसे teacher का, professor का, or in the medicine field, so you use CV. When it is for some business organization, yeah, my screen has just. My screen has just vanished. Hold on. Okay, so when it is for a normal private industry job position, you go ahead with resume unless you are asked to submit your CV. Now, when you prepare your CV, you need to keep in mind that you have to write everything starting from what have you done in your academia, from where what you achieved. Then, if you have done some research, mention about all those research papers, research presentations, conferences, publications, you know if you have been given some awards, for how long you have worked, where all those things are mentioned. Resume, it is an action oriented thing. What do? You just go you just mention basics of it. You just mention your whatever is bare minimum required for that particular position. If you have an experience of from somewhere, you just mention worked in this is a particular organization from this year to this year. You don't elaborate much on it, right? Wherein you do a great elaboration in the CV. In CV, you focus more on achievements, but achievements also don't mean participation. If you have participated in a particular conference, you don't write that you participated in that particular conference, right? You only write about those achievements where you achieved something, right? But in resume, we focus more on skills and accomplishments that may help the organization or for that may help the organization where you are applying. In CV is obviously large than resume. Resume is just maximum limited to 2 to 3 pages, and wherein CV can go for 15 pages, 20 pages. It is flexible. It is up to you how you want to prepare your CV. But resume can have a particular format. You can go as per the chronology, as in from the last to the latest or latest to the last, कि आपने सबसे लास्ट में क्या किया, फिर पीछे उसके पीछे उसके पीछे उसके पीछे, और सबसे पहले क्या किया था, उसके बाद उसके बाद उसके बाद उसके बाद. You can go as per that. Second, you can also go as per what is required, what is important. Functionality पे आप जाते हैं resume पे. So you focus on, let's say आपको पता है organization में आपके skills की ज़्यादा कदर होगी, so you mention your skills after the basic information. You go as per that, function based. Or there are times when it is a mix of it. You follow the chronology as well as the function. So in CV, you mention all your publications. In resume, if you don't have any publications of book, research papers, journal articles, then in resume, you don't need to mention it unless it is required, unless it is very much aligning to the purpose of preparing that resume. If you have some honors, awards, or affiliation, please mention that. But if those are not really relevant, then in resume, you avoid it. Or you just mention only those which are very, very, very relevant. Otherwise, you don't include it. When you write a CV, you include references. Obviously, who is who, if there is somebody who's recommending you something like that. In resume, you avoid putting references. So these are basic differences. I'll show you a sample. CV ka sample. I'll just show mine. I have not updated it. I'll just show mine. How we write it. I hope the screen is visible.
It.
So you
Yes,
put up
sir.
the
Yes, sir.
basic details, academic qualifications after the basic details. Then you can either write your this academic details in the form of tables or maybe bullets. Then work experience. This is not an updated one. I mean, I think 6 to 8 months ज़्यादा हो गए. Then seminars and conferences where you have participated. This is a very old one. Hold on. No, this is a very old one. Okay, no, no. Just hold on. Hmm. Give me 1 minute. Anyway, is my screen visible to all?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
This is a recurrent problem. Okay. Um. Okay. So let's say after giving the basic details, academic qualifications, you can put up the research groups or fellowships that you have, the work ex that you have, starting from the last to the latest. Then the papers that let's say you have taught, or if you are applying in the medical medicine field, then as per like the curriculum, what all specializations you have done, area of specialization, interest, responsibilities that you've been given, academic publications, all the publications that you have, right, from the again last to the latest. The non-academic publications, the books which you have written, the books that you have edited. Then these are conferences and seminars that you have attended. Each of it should be mentioned. Invited lectures. So let's say this is for 15 pages. The updated one is around 20 something pages. The point is there is flexibility. There is always a flexibility. Okay. Remember that. I'll show you a sample of a resume for your reference. I am sure many of you must have already prepared your resume by now if you are working somewhere. How many of you are working somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Almost
Yes, sir.
70-80%.
most of you. So, have you all prepared a resume or a CV? भाई मैं
It's a combination, sir.
कुछ टाइम में कॉल करूंगा क्लास चल रही है बाय
It's a combination, sir.
कॉम्बिनेशन क्या होता है कॉम्बिनेशन कुछ नहीं होता आई हैव नॉट हर्ड ऑफ कॉम्बिनेशन मतलब फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी के लिए अपनी अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए बोलोगे तो वो ठीक है सो लेट्स से दिस इज द रिज्यूमे यस मैडम
सीवी करते थे सर पहले
Actually, sir, I have prepared both the things, but sir, the format is outdated क्योंकि format तो बदलते रहता है ना अभी जो
Sir, basically,
बाबा कोई ऐसा कोई there is not a fixed format it is just you need to keep in mind everything should be specifically organized. One, two, why are you submitting it, what all information is required, how can you put it out very things very particularly when you talk about resume, what all things are going to aid for the selection of your candidature. That is important. But for that, अब ऐसा नहीं है कि नाम और एड्रेस और बेसिक डिटेल्स के पहले कुछ और लिख दो कि मेरे पास स्किल्स ज्यादा है, लेट्स राइट माय नेम लेटर ऑन. बेसिक ऊपर लिखोगे, उसके बाद बाकी जो मेन चीजें हैं उनमें यू कैन प्ले. But then there is no fixed uh, you know fixed format as such for that. Okay. All right, this is a sample of a resume. So, a basic resume just to show you not to tell you that exactly ऐसा ही होना चाहिए. Basically, what all are there? Name, address, basic details, job objective. Again, resumes are also prepared as per the designation for which you are applying or as per the position. It is also prepared as per the organization. So this particular line may change as per the organization where you are applying, and take care of that. Personal profile, specialization, education, cut to cut, scholarship, awards, interest and achievements, personal objectives, strengths, work experience, references. I think this will just go for 1.5 page. So this is how your resume should be like. Please prepare the topic of CV and
Please
resume.
show
You
the
will
PDF
definitely
of the
have
middle.
you will definitely have a question on CV and resume. Now tell me.
So please show the PDF again, like a zoomer version basically. Just scroll down if possible.
Sorry? Yeah.
Scroll down if possible. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So this was about CV and resume. We will now almost wind up today's session. I'll now tell you what all you need to do in the units. In the fourth unit, basically, which has not been discussed much. In the fifth unit, career management planning is important. Don't miss it. You will have CV and resume. You will be asked to prepare this. You'll be asked to analyze a particular interview, maybe. So there may be a case study on a particular interview that somebody appeared in. So what did that person lack so that the person was not selected, or why did that person get selected? What are those skills that this person had that he or she was selected? So there can be an analysis based question that you will have to answer. So such questions will come from unit 5. In unit 4, please read about cross-cultural communication and high context, low context culture. I think, yeah. Certain theories of cross-cultural communication are there. Read that. In this was about unit 4, cross-cultural communication. Unit 3, SRT, SET, and URT, which I have taught you today. It is very important. Do not leave it. BARTNA, do not leave it. Yeah, basics of negotiation skills, brush up kar lo. Mentoring and appraisal, at least go through the definitions and what are the important skills that you need to have to be a good mentor or be a good mentee, and what communication skills do you need to have the appraisal that you desire. Unit 2, memo report format, letter report format, types of messages, mandatory. One question will come most probably. Unit 1 is very important, as I told you, because the first question is most oftenly based on unit 1 only, crisis communication, so do not miss it. There is always a question on 7 C's of communication, presentation skills and listening skills. Do not miss it. So these are certain things that you need to take care of. Now I am open for your questions for the next 5 minutes and then we'll wind up. Yes.
Sir, so can we say that the best material to refer to for our exam is SLM?
It is not the best material, but it is a material that is going to give you enough to score average marks.
Sir, so what material would you suggest from your end, if not SLM?
Yeah, there is not a fixed book or something like that. But I'll definitely share some books, some study materials which are going to help you. Okay.
Fine, sir. Thank you.
सर वो जो आपने अभी बोला था ना Q&A के बैंक आप शेयर कर देंगे, तो वो प्लीज आप शेयर कर दीजिएगा, इट वुड बी
Sure.
हेल्पफुल।
Any other question?
Sir, can you please repeat the topics from Unit 2?
Topics of different types of messages, business, this report. Yes. Any more questions?
Can you please share the last 2 year question papers in the chat box?
Not in the chat box. There is a file that somebody, Pravesh, has made. I'll upload it there.
And important topics as well, if possible.
I have conveyed it. I cannot give it in writing. I have conveyed
Anything
it.
Sir, anything is specific from the last unit?
Tips: read 2-3 case studies priorly so that you can attempt that 10 marks questions that you have. This is a tip. पहले से ही 3-4 तरह के case studies पढ़ के जाओ so that you don't have to think there. That's a tip. The topics that I've shared, don't miss that. That's all.
Sir, anything specific from the last unit, I'm saying.
Last unit.
Specific from the, yeah, exactly.
CV and resume, basics of career planning, and yeah, that's all, I guess.
Okay. We can reach you on the Teams, right? If any problem or any doubt occurs, if
You
possible.
can.
We do that? Okay.
Yes.
Sir, is there any specific word limit that we have to follow for the? No, nothing. Key points would be enough for the marking.
Kya? Sorry?
Would main key points mentioning would be enough while
No.
faculty?
Please write as much as important. Do not over exaggerate unnecessarily. One, also do justice to the marks that a question is carrying. I think when you are in post graduation, there is no point in telling you itne pages likhne hain, itna likhna hai. There's no point in telling that.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Sir, I request you to highlight topics from Unit 2 and Unit 4 once again. Please repeat slowly, sir.
Unit 2, types of messages, report, business letter. Unit 3, the 2 theories that I have taught you: negotiation, partner, mentoring, appraisal.
Sir, where do we get the case studies from?
There are ample number of case studies on internet.
Okay, sir.
Anything else?
That's all, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
All right then, guys, I wish you the best for your exams. Prepare well. Anywhere you feel that you want to ask me something, reach out to me. Feel free to do that. And yeah, that's
So
all.
can I request you something?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, so if it is possible, can you share the same PPT with us? So because we are not able to take the screenshot of the same because you are moving the slides very fast. So if it's possible.
Anjali, I will share the study materials. Don't worry. Don't worry about that. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, sir.
All right, guys, have a great evening ahead. I hope you gained something. That's all from my end. Have a great
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
सर आप हैं भी यहाँ पे? हेलो
यस यस।
सर जैसे एक क्वेश्चन था, जैसे हम आंसर एलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं तो उसमें मतलब सब हेडिंग्स हेडिंग्स और ये सारी चीजें इंक्लूड हो गई, या फिर जैसे नॉर्मल पैराग्राफ करते हैं उस तरीके से, मतलब
This is something that is question specific. If you are asked about, answering what is cultural communication, then next part is analyze the cultural communication strategies that have been used in this particular case study and the key lessons takeaway. So for all these three different paragraphs have to be made. But if you want to specify key lessons that are there in pointers, so for that particular section of answer, you can also use bullets. So that is up to the type of question. मतलब again I cannot specify कि मतलब इस तरह से चलना है या इस तरह से चलना है ना?
हाँ श्योर।
या
एंड सर ये तो हो गया कैसे, जैसे हम ये कर रहे हैं, जैसे केस स्टडी में जो आंसर हम कर रहे हैं उस चीज का थोड़ा सा मुझे बता दें, क्योंकि केस स्टडी में थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्टीज होती है आंसर मेंशन करने में।
समझा नहीं क्वेश्चन आपका।
मतलब जैसे केस स्टडी का जो हम आंसर एलाबोरेट करते हैं उस चीज को हम किस वे में करें, एक सिग्निफिकेंट वे होगा ना, वो एक बार कंफर्म कर दे प्लीज, क्योंकि ना केस स्टडी जब हम पढ़ते हैं वो तो हमें समझ में आ जाता है कि हम क्या पढ़ा क्या और समझा क्या, बट जब आंसर
See,
हम डिफाइन करते हैं ना
again,
तो
again,
वहां
there
पे
is no
डिफिकल्ट।
again there is no particular way as such. What I can suggest is that if you have, let's say, read about crisis communication and crisis communication strategies, the tips on handling crisis communication, then you know how to apply it. When you know how to apply it, when you read the case study, you can see how it is being applied there. Once you have an understanding of it, then कोई भी question पूछो उस पे, you will be able to answer. इतना बहुत ज्यादा मतलब उतना ऐसे उसको बहुत ज्यादा परेशानी की तरह, लोड की तरह मत लो आप, है ना?
ओके ओके
या आई नीड टू क्लोज द मीटिंग राइट नाउ, सो गाइज टेक केयर।
ओके थैंक यू।
Cannot reach Google right.
I think Sir has left.
यस ही इज लेफ्ट।
Okay, thank you.